How's everybody doing? And by everybody, I mean nobody, because nobody's here yet. Haha. So I looked up last night where to get a Dusk Stone, and they're not until real late in the game. So what I was thinking actually is let's see if we can start off tonight by I don't remember how to get down into the underground. Okay, what I should have said is the ones that exist in the overworld are very limited and don't show up until the end of the game, but you can get them from the underground. As you can get all things from the underground, I suppose. All stones, rather. But first, let's heal. Yeah. I am pressing the A. That's how I talk to Nurse Joy, dude. That's how you do it. That's how you press the A button. But let's see. Wait. Oh, secret medicine. Okay. So this. We'll play alone. Play by ourselves. Don't want to run into any weirdos down here. Now, I don't know how to do any of the other stuff down here. Like, I'm not sure how to dig. How to... Wow, there's a bunch of weirdos down here. Let's see real quick. I'm going to ask the internet here how the Duskstone stuff works. Or how digging works, rather. So it says something about sparkling spots and a hammer and a pickaxe. I don't think I have those things yet. Not sure if they're... Well, I have the radar. Oh, wait, are those... Maybe that's those little diamond icons. Those weren't showing up while I was in the thing. Oh, okay, cool. You were right, Tender. I did indeed have to press the A button. So I guess... So there are 3 things in here according to that. Okay, does that mean I get that, or do I need to, like... Okay, I guess I already have it. What's up, dude? How's it going? Didn't the other day you say you couldn't remember your Twitch login and the name's literally It's Argo? Fantastic. Oh, well that wall came crashing down. Now I guess I get to see if I get the item. Okay, I did. Cool. So guess we're gonna look for a Death Stone for a little bit. Four things in this wall, alright. Ooh, that's interesting looking. I'm gonna suppose that's a Firestone? So, two more things hidden around here somewhere. What is that? Probably a heart scale. Not at all what I need, but kind of interesting that you can find heart scales in the walls down here. That's kind of a relatively rare evolution item. Oh. Oh! I got a gorgeous stone box. Started to shine. I don't know what that means. God, could it have been anything worse? Magmortar sucks so bad. Unbelievable, man. What a nightmare. I guess it could have been a Mr. Mime statue. That's awful. I hate Magmortar. Well, there's another box. Let's hope there's something better in that one. Oh wow, that wall was weak as hell. Just that thing just came tumbling down. Okay, that one's pretty cool. Drapion's alright. That makes up for the Magmortar. This is actually kind of a fun little mini game. I remember. I vaguely remember the one in the DS game. You played it on the touchscreen on that one, I think. Which that was cute. Felt a little more intuitive, I guess. Oh, I see, and there's a meter at the top. I wasn't paying attention to that, but I guess that's how many hits I have before it all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. I think you put them in your secret base that you build. Because that's a thing you can do in this game. You can build secret bases underground. So you can hide all of your weird Pokemon statues from your mom. Yeah, I'm sure that you could find someone who would trade a Jade Magmortar statue for some kind of illicit substance. Sure would be nice to find an actual evolution stone. I know that what I read said that you can find them down here for sure, but it would be nice to see that on the screen. So I don't feel like this is a wild goose chase or anything. Nearly getting, nearly running out of the sparkles on this section of the cave. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, we're not gonna make it anywhere into the rest of this stuff. Goodbye. I'm being a little too reckless with that hammer. Okay, I guess we gotta work our way into another part of the cave. I'm not sure what triggered those sparkles to show up. Maybe entering and exiting one of these areas will do it. Oh, we got onyxes and ponytas and me getting stuck on a corner because this game is still kind of messed up. I wonder if I got the update or not. I know a lot of people were like saying don't update, but I think my stuff automatically updates. Because now that the update's out, you can't do that, that real choice cloning stuff anymore. Oh wow, this thing's actually a pretty high level, holy crap. I'm gonna Sonic the Hedgehog me to death with fire. Yeah, you like that name? I thought it was pretty good. I probably would have straight up named it Grimes if Grimes didn't suck now. I really don't want it to die. I actually want to hit the name raider and rename this dude to Big Wet now that he's fully grown. Why is this dude so fat? I guess he's a horse. Horses are fast. You know, I found out the other day that like a horse is like has more than 1 horsepower. And that really messed me up. Like, what's the point of calling it horsepower if one horse does not have the equivalent of 1 horsepower? It just seems really stupid. Oh, there's 4 more sparkles. I like the radar. I don't know what these Diglets do. Maybe they make sparkles happen? Shooting guesses at the wind here. Maybe this kid knows. Hi, Seamus. Seamus, you don't know anything. Why did I bother talking to you? Is there anything in this wall? Anything at all? Oh, well, there's a green sphere, I guess. Yes, there's a red sphere. It's annoying. Man. We're not having any of that luck. I don't even remember what these spheres are for. I think someone will trade them for something. I kind of miss how things worked in Sword and Shield's, wild areas where you could just like look for stuff. Oh, hi, Bronzong. There won't be any NFT selling in the James Zone, Tender. I don't condone the non-fungibles. All of my tokens are fungible. Are they Panseer, Pansage, and I don't remember. What was the water one? Like Pan Wet or something? I don't know. Pan Pour, okay. I wonder if anyone's drawn those terrible Gen 5 monkeys as the NFT style monkeys. That'd probably be a pretty funny meme. Although, Pokemon Company might think you were serious about selling those NFTs and send a bunch of, like, FBI agents to your house. Yeah, I'm not a fan. They're real weird. And on top of that, like, they don't have any, like a lot of Gen 5's Pokemon have allegories in Gen 1. And those monkeys don't have any, like, they just don't have any excuse. Like, if there was something in Gen 1 that looked similar to the monkeys or acted similar, I could kind of understand why they would do them. But in reality, it just seems like they made a really bad decision 3 times in a row. 6 times if you count their evolutions. Wasn't the deal that it was like was it the first gym leader of Gen 5 was one of the 3 brothers, and they had one of the monkeys, and it was like the one that was strong against your starter or something like that? I don't quite remember. Oh. Wait, are you also you're a different kid, but you're also Seamus. Why are you following me, Seamus? So it seems like hitting those cracked ones makes very little of the bar move. Still makes plenty of it move, though. So there wouldn't be anything back in there, so it's got to be somewhere in here. Oh, am I going to be able to get this? I hope. Hell yeah, alright. That's got to be like a dragon box or something. Pretty stone box. What do we got? What do we got? Yo, that's actually pretty dope. Garchomp's alright. I'm thinking about having Garchomp be the last member of my team and getting rid of that Happiny, or Happiny, whatever it's called. Because, like, really, Chansey kind of sucks. I'm not a huge fan of Chansey and Blissey. They serve a purpose in this world, and I appreciate that they're nurses. That doesn't mean I want one. I'm not going to take it back, Tender. I'm sorry. Chansey is just not... Chansey's a cool design. I wouldn't want it on the team, that's all. Oh, hey, a box. What do we got? Cool. I mean, I guess that's appropriate that it's a rock style. Well, Steelix isn't really rock. I'm gonna do these last few sparkles here. Oh, what do you got for me? Okay, but you want a lot of these things, and I don't have a lot, and you don't have anything I want anyway, so bug off. I'm gonna do the last few of these sparkles, and if I don't get anything, that you don't get what I need, I'm gonna go just start playing the video game, and probably deal with this not on stream, because, this is gonna get very old very fast for me and you. Oh, what are we? What are we? Oh, you're just a big red sphere. Obnoxious. I really wish that I would find an evolution stone. It'd be very nice. I'm starting to think they don't really even exist down here. Oh, hi, Coco. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the zone. Oh, a box. I wonder if you could... I wonder if stones sometimes spawn in boxes? Maybe? I guess I don't know. It'd be nice to have some clarification. Or if boxes are just always statues. I'm getting some cool statues now after that first disappointing one. That Magmortar was the price I had to pay for some cool stuff. Yeah, see, Nintendo should be paying me because I already can... I feel like I convinced Dupe to get it too. And, I don't think he was gonna get it before. Alright, this will be the last one we do before I head up and start making some progress. I actually didn't think a Duskstone would be in the shortest supply. A lot of the... Well, I guess I don't know if a lot, but at least two of the new evolutions from Gen 4 used them. The Mismagius and Honchkrow. I figure they might just let you buy them or something. Like, that's how Gen 1 handled most of their stones, and it was fine. Like, just put them in this department store. I don't understand why they had to ruin a good thing, you know? Yeah, the Moonstone situation in Gen 1 was the only iffy one. But like, if that's the only one that's a problem, I don't know, just sell them. Didn't find any fossils either, which is kind of lame. So where is our destination? So, Canalave City. So we want to fly here. I don't know whose Staraptor that is. It ain't mine. Well, you could easily do that, Tender. All you would have to do is get a Moonstone, put it in, like, what was it, the 10th or the 11th item slot, fly to Cinnabar Island, fly to the Safari Zone, fly back to Cinnabar Island, surf up and down the east side of Cinnabar Island until you found Missing No. That infinite item glitch was very much the shit that we all did as kids. We all had infinite master balls, we all had infinite rare candies. No, I don't need you to tell me how to use your old rod, bro. Can't believe I didn't already have that. Actually, I kinda can. So wait, did I go the wrong... No. Did I go the wrong way? No, I did not. Do I have surf? Oh yeah, I do. I must have missed that last night. Oh my goodness, I'm actually riding a Bibarel. Look at that. It's not even really moving its legs. That is messed up. Why would they do that? Why would they do you that way? That's terrible. It's not like you could do Missing No in Fire Red and Leaf Green anyway, though, so, eh. If you're pulling out the action replay, that's on you. As far as I'm concerned, Missing No is not cheating because it's in the game. That's how I justify these things to myself. Hi, Miguel. Why do you have this? So, when you say that it blocked you from that for cheating, do you mean like blocked you from the department store for cheating? Is it like action replay? Because I mean, if you're using action replay in Pokemon, you ain't get what you deserve. How embarrassing. Beat by this squirrel. Although I do remember, I did use action replay on my platinum version to give myself the items that you needed to get to the various like island events, you know, like to get the key to or the flute to summon Arceus and stuff like that. Well, and it was like those events didn't even exist in America, I don't think. Like, I'm not 100% sure that they ever distributed the flute to summon Arceus in the West. I think they only did it in Japan. But it's like I wanted... The last time I filled up a national Pokedex was Platinum. And I got everything, including those event Pokemon, because of that. Oh, hey. I'm gonna let this happen. Even though part of me thinks I shouldn't. It is truly a visual downgrade. It really looks like he's giving you the finger constantly on both hands, though. Toxicroak is alright. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's no Dragonair to Dragonite level downgrade. No, I know you mean. I know you mean cosmetically, and I'm saying that it's not the worst cosmetic downgrade in Pokemon upon evolution. Dragonair to Dragonite is like a slight against God, honestly. Really not sure why they did that. You know, I actually don't dislike Samurott that much. I know a lot of people do, but I think he looks kind of cool. Oshawott is the best member of that line, though. Oshawott is like a perfect creation. But there's a few perfect creations in Pokemon. Yeah, I gotta hand it to him. There's a lot that these guys do well when they're designing their monsters. It's impressive. Yeah, I feel like that's just mascot problems. Because I actually like Raichu. I think Raichu's really good. Alolan Raichu is also quite good. I do love Pikachu though. He's also very good. So, I kind of get what the deal is. Yeah, I know that. I know about the Dragonair and Dragonite having different designers, and Dragonite was actually designed by the same person who designed Charizard and Pikachu. But still, like, the director had to okay the design, right? Like, they still let it through. Somebody with the power to say no still said yes. And that is inappropriate. Please never say that again, Tender. The sheer thought of Tim Burton doing a Pokemon is giving me, like, a sick feeling in my stomach. That is just awful. That's like the worst thing you've ever said. Yeah, this water is very pretty. Nintendo games always have really good water. I don't know. Like, I remember being impressed with the water as far back as, like, the water on Nintendo systems as far back as, like, Pikmin 1. And just being like, wow, that looks about as real as it could. And obviously it didn't, and it's gotten better over the years, but... I wish I was the Wii U water guy, man. That guy owns. I aspire to be that man. He's so cool. And chill, and he has such good opinions. Is that true? Is a man of the sea also a man of Pokemon? Okay, Skylar, I need you to calm down with that stance, bro. Why are you flexing? Your arms are like toothpicks. Unbelievable. Yeah, Wave Race has really nice water. Nice water. They need to put Wave Race 64 on NSO like yesterday. I'm not sure what they're doing with them. Seems quite stupid to not. I can live without 1080 snowboarding. Yeah, Mario Sunshine's water looks really good. And Mario Sunshine in general looks pretty nice. If there's one thing that game is not lacking in, it's aesthetic appeal. I'm a big fan of the like tropical island setting. Not a big fan of the Piantas. Never liked them very much. Not sure why. I think it's probably because of the Chucksters. I don't think that I had like a negative feeling about Piantas until you get to the part where they start throwing you, and I hate that part. Them putting Mario in jail though, that's fine. Like that was just, you know, that was gonna happen eventually. Your girlfriend? You look like you're 6. Okay. I'm not afraid of Chucksters, Nana. I just don't like them. They make me upset, and they make me hate an entire thing. You know what, though? The Piantas in Thousand Year Door are very good. Where they turned them into like some kind of weird mafia knockoff in Rogueport. Those are my Piantas. And they talk with that like thick, like gabagool, like borderline racist, if you want to call it that, Italian accent. I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to make the island race, isn't it? To be New York inspired. Oh man, who's this nerd? Later, nerd. Sucks to be you, cop. Not bringing you nothing to drink, bro. He's so forgetful that he can make your Pokemon forget. That's next level, man. How are you gonna be so forgetful you make other people forget things? Okay. I don't need that right now. Oh, I get it. I don't know that ever hit me until right now, but it's... The Canalave city is like Canal. So is it Canalave? Canalave? I don't know. And yeah, well, this word doesn't work. Yeah. It's funny, and I am tired of pretending that it's not. Oops. Kind of an empty Pokemon Center in here. I mean, isn't that how you plant your forests, dude? One by one, perfectly in a row. Why don't I come to look at your Animal Crossing island and we'll see how they look. Oh, here's this. Ugh. Here comes Barry, and he brought the Sonic the Hedgehog music with him again. If this dude still has a Starly, I swear. He finally evolved it! So proud of this guy. Barry is a total jobber. That is exactly how I would describe him. I'm not one of those people that like gets upset that your rival in Pokemon isn't like a Gary Oak or Silver style, like just total asshole anymore. But Barry is just kind of annoying. I guess he's better than Wally. Though, to be honest, I feel like Gens 5 and 6, and even to kind of an extent 7, I just feel like they handled the idea of the rival better. Because in like 5 and 6, you have a friend group that all kind of could conflict with each other, and 7 has Hao, and I know some people don't like Hao, but I think Hao is just Hao is delightful. Oh, this dude got a Heracross. Whoa. Damn, Barry, where'd you find this? I think in Gen 9, like, they should, yeah, something like that. Should blackmail you for a violent crime, or just do something real terrible. Like cut off a Rapidash's head and leave it in your bed. I think that'd be pretty cool. Oh, this thing's gonna finally start using moves. Well, yeah, I mean, Silver was a real, just terrible person. And I guess it was cool that they showed some kind of, like, character development with him. But I don't know, man. I just always think about that thing that I think Dupe said in chat one time, where he was like, I don't understand why adults are so like eager to get put down by a child or to get insulted by a child, talking about people that really want the Pokemon rivals to go back to being the way they were. I feel that, you know? Man, Toxicroak looks a lot worse from the back. Like, what's that tumor growing out of the back of his neck? Still don't really have an answer to Grotle. Really not. Yeah, I really probably shouldn't make Garchomp my final guy. I really probably should go for something fire or flying. Although I guess poison is an answer to grass. That's one of those type matchups I never remember. Mostly because it just doesn't seem like it makes any sense. Like, why would this turtle, or why would a grass Pokemon in general be weak to poison? Like, water being weak to grass, I kind of get. Fire being weak to water, I really get. Fire being good against grass, I understand that. That makes plenty of sense. But poison is effective against grass? Like, why? Explain it to me. Yeah, bugs beating grass makes sense to me too. I understand that. Because they like munch on leaves and grass, and it makes sense. Like a Caterpie looks at an Oddish and is like, man, that looks delicious. This game doesn't have good bug types, dude. I guess it has Drapion. And maybe it has Gliscor. Or Gligar. I think Gligar is the... It has Kricketune, but like, I used a Kricketune in an older playthrough of it was either Pearl or Diamond, and I don't know, man. It just ended up feeling like a wasted slot. Galvantula is a cool Pokemon. Gen 5 also added Volcarona, which is another cool Pokemon. Yeesh, Steel type. I really... Oh, I guess fighting is good against Steel, right? Oh yeah, okay, you did say Volcarona. Look at you go. None of this is going to be good against that. I think the only really hope I have for this gym is Toxicroak. Because for some reason, fighting is good against Steel. That's another one that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, okay. You want to test that theory, bro? Why don't you go try to punch, like, something made of solid steel? Oh yeah, Scoliopede's rad. Oops. Nice wrench worker, Gary. I do not think I have seen the infamous Levani Scoliopede donut image. Is it terrible? Is it one of those things I'm going to regret seeing with my own two eyes? Hi, Veronica. Does she know her name? Oh, I didn't realize she was that young, dang. I remembered you had had another kid, but I did not realize she was that young. That's adorable. My nephew was over here a couple days ago, and he really likes music and like flashing lights and stuff. So I had him sitting on my lap at my computer when I was playing Tetris Effect, and he was losing his mind looking at all the stuff popping off. There's a video also of him. It was something my sister Snapchatted me where he's watching my niece and her friends play Mario Kart on their big TV, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And he got so excited seeing all the bright, shiny colors and everything that he actually eventually got like upset. Like he got so hyped up and everything that it was like too much for him. It'll be fun once he's old enough to actually play video games. Gerardo. I'm not sure why she's doing that little shake whenever she gets thrown out. I'm not sure what that's indicative of. Man, these is again another thing these trainers have in really low-level Pokemon. I wonder if the leader is going to be more close to where I am. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you can, like, subscribe to channels using that for free, I think. Well, not for free, but it's, like, it uses your Amazon Prime as the subscription or something like that. Oh, yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. Like, don't you have to get to, like, a certain number of, like, unique followers or viewers? Well, hell, if I've hit that off just you guys so far, I deeply appreciate it. Because it would be fun to do this as a thing. Because this is an enjoyable experience. Oink oink dupe. It'll be even more fun when I'm playing something that's not quite so mindless. This game is kind of easy. This game has been pretty easy. Comfy, but quite easy. I'm not really complaining about the difficulty. It is what it is. What a weird spread of Pokemon this gym has. I don't know if I'd call it the hardest one. Yeah. I had trouble with one of the gyms early on, but that was just because I didn't have, the, like, right Pokemon for the job, just period. Oh, did I? Okay. I thought I was gonna look up again and see if that had killed me. I think Sword and Shield were harder, personally. Especially near the end, so I guess maybe this gets harder again near the end. I do remember that, unless they changed it, Sinnoh had a pretty brutal Elite Four jump. Let's see what moves he has. I don't need another Pokemon with this. But yeah, I remember Sinnoh had like, I want to say that it was like a 10 level jump from the general Pokemon that you find in like Victory Road and like the gym right before the end. But yeah, we'll see. I genuinely think that Sword and Shield were not particularly easy games if you weren't like min-maxing. But I know a lot of people didn't find that game very difficult, so I don't know. Maybe I just ran with some real crap Pokemon in that game because I liked how they looked. I've always thought Bronzong looked kind of dumb, but like in a fun way. Like it looks like he's got a little smile down there in between the two dots in the lower half of his body. And yeah, this guy rules. I love Rourke. Man, that move always looks so cool. Wow, full restores. Really? A full restore on your first Pokemon in this economy? Is that really how we're playing? Alright, let's please hit. Not you, not yourself. Oh, come on, man. I hate confusion so much. And I always feel like it's so rigged. Doubled with Sandstorm. If that had kept hitting me, I would have been so sad. Yeah, they did do quite good with the trainer animations and the backgrounds. I don't think you were here last night, Dupe, but the, I think it was the underground. There were some really cool, just some really, really neat, backgrounds down there. Battle arena backgrounds, I mean. Oh dear, that's actually probably gonna hurt pretty bad. That's, pretty crappy. Woof. You know what Earthquake won't hit, though? Mr. Evis. Boy, I sure do love Levitate. Boy, I sure don't want to know how bad that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's a nightmare. We're just gonna get this out. Oh, he's gonna full restore. Oh, man. Oh, wow, I did not expect that to do that. That didn't look like it did half damage last time, so... That felt pretty lucky here. Cool. I like this guy a lot. It's a really cool design. One of the better fossils, in my opinion. I really wish I could get my hand on a Duskstone sooner than later, but I really don't think it's going to be possible without farming the underground for what's going to feel way too long. I almost wonder if I could just find someone with one online and have them hand it to a Pokemon and trade it to me. Wow. Mr. Evis is coming in real clutch here on this fight, man. That dodge was beautiful. So now this is the part where I strategically try to chip down its health instead of getting it to red. Because I don't want him to use full restore. Oof, okay. So... Huh. This might work just fine. Let's see. Because I think this dude is stone ground, or steel ground, maybe steel rock. And I'm pretty sure that the rock or ground part of him will cancel out the steel being strong against water. Oh. I thought steel was strong against water. I guess I was wrong. Well, that's all she wrote, kids. Something about a creature like Empoleon having the like trainer affection thing is really strange, because it walks like a man and it's all like, yeah, I'm happy that you're happy for me. That's not your badge, bro. That badge is mine. Yeah. This dude doesn't look like he uses stickers. I've been trying not to play the game at all off stream is the only reason. But yeah, I really should. I've always liked the guys that stand there at the gym entrance and cheer you on. This kid needs to, like, really chill. Damn, sorry. Unbelievable. Didn't look like you were even reading, you were just staring at books. Oh, we better get up to the 3rd floor because I don't know how to read. Yeah, I've not been even remotely disappointed with any of the music in this game. It's all been very, very good. And yeah, I do kind of get Xenoblade vibes from it. Like, this one sounds like, oh man, I actually had like a Xenoblade town on the tip of my tongue for this area, and now it's gone. This part does too. Yeah, I can't place it now, but yeah, doesn't it sound just like something? It's crazy. Sorry to burst the bubble with the Pokemon Center music, but I needed to heal. I'm gonna hang out for just a second and let it get to the part, because I want to hear it again. Yeah, Gourmand or I was thinking kind of Guar Planey. It might, to be honest, it might not even be the melody. It might just be the instrumentation that reminds me of it. Anyway, the music's good. That's really all that needs to be said. So we are off to this lake. So the quickest way, I guess, would be from Veilstone. Yeah, see, I've thought about that, and I think I talked about it a couple nights ago. I can understand why people thought that those midis were final. Like, why in the world would you ship the game with the soundtrack not being done? That seems kind of weird, right? Like, unless the soundtrack was the last thing they did, which... Oh, I can oh, yeah, I can afford that Honchkrow. Yeah. Spending all my money on that Honchkrow drip, dude. Now I'm broke. I ain't got no money for no balls, no potions, no revives. I hope I don't need them. Yeah, I mean, the discourse around Pokemon games is always a nightmare. Like, what do you want? Yeah, she looks like a little gangster. She looks, actually, have you ever heard of the, there are these toys that kids like these days. They're called, and I shit you not, they're called LOL Surprise. They're like these little blind bag dolls. She kind of looks like one of those. Yeah, dude, it's bad. My niece was into them for a little bit when I first got back to Florida. She's kind of fallen out of them now, thankfully, in my opinion, because I think that blind bag stuff is a goddamn racket. Not that I didn't have my own blind bag stuff when I was a child, obviously. Because we had Pokemon cards. That's no better. Maybe you think it's better, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know, it just seems bad to me. I'm also not a big fan of how they look, but that's, you know, subjective. They're not made for me, obviously. Yeah, some of them kind of do look weirdly sexualized, but at the same time, it's kind of like whatever. Barbies are also kind of weirdly sexualized in a way, you know? I guess I don't know if kids look at them that way. I'm going the wrong way, I think. Yeah, I want to be heading south still. Oh, that's funny. I bet QAnon or the Q guy has a real valid and nuanced take. on LOL Surprise. And by balanced and nuanced, I mean the opposites of that completely. Dupe, have you heard the Route 209 theme yet? Because the Route 209 theme is Chef's Kiss. Just absolutely fantastic. This encounter rate is out of control. I gotta get out of this grass. I really don't want to be wasting power points on these fights. Alright, cool. We've escaped. Yeah, they sure did crank it up here. I'm not sure what the deal is. Because I don't remember it being this bad when I came through here before. Oh, there's the entrance. I went the long way around for no reason. Let's get out of here. I'm not wasting any more precious PP on this Geodude. I see that Team Bowl Cut has already made it here. Can you just look at me? Oh, you don't even have a fight for me. Yeah, I would, actually. That's what I do every day. Oh man, that's rude. The MC of SMT5 doesn't... He kinda has a bowl cut. But it's also like a... he's got that one little strand of hair coming down next to his face that makes him not look like such a ponce. I gotta get back to SMT5 one of these days, man. Ever since I got my new computer, I've been playing PC games and then streaming Pokemon at night. And I haven't touched SMT5 in probably like a week and a half or so. Game's very good. No lie, that game is very good. Man, they really made a mess here. Team Galactic sucks. How dare you drain a lake and kill all these innocent Magikarps? Although I guess if you look like that guy, the only thing you can really do is torture some Magikarps to feel powerful. Because Lord knows you're not getting it any other way. Well, hard to justify switching anything when Psychic's gonna hit this thing like a truck. Oh man, that's a lot of Magikarp. Hey, what are you doing, dumbass? Oh, that's probably where I need to go. Are we gonna fight? No. Here we go. Yeah, the angle on that was a little strange. I casually toss out my Kadabra. Yeah, I just saw that thread posted. I'm not going to talk about that right now, but I do want to talk about that later. This whole... Oh man, come on dude, that's rude as hell. Jesus. I like how this entire operation by this like organized evil team is getting just completely turned on its head by one child's misdreavus. Alright, well, that was, uneventful. I wonder what we're gonna have to do next. Oh, there's that good-ass lake music, at least. I welcome that over the nightmare that we just had to listen to for the... Well, it wasn't a nightmare, it was a fine song. But it wasn't this. It is a much better song. Oh, I didn't realize I would have to fight this guy. I figured it was all gonna be over now that it does kind of sound like a, or like a, yeah, it does kind of sound like a trap remix, doesn't it? That's a good point. I want to get back out there and listen to it again, so we gotta get rid of this guy. I gotta box this happening, so it stops leveling up, because it's just taking time. Alright, so let's... Yeah, it does kind of sound like a trap remix. It's even almost got the hi-hat roll. So... I know that they mentioned Mars doing something at the other lake, but is that where I'm supposed to go? Yeah, that's where I'm supposed to go. I wonder if I can fly out of here. Oh, yeah, I can. Cool. Actually, let's go say hi to Mom real quick and have her, heal us up. No reason not to. Early Roots have such homey music. I like how that Team Galactic run next to Rowan is just letting them be like, hey, dude, go help your friend. Yeah, it really does look nice at this time of day. It's nice to be streaming at this time of day every night, so. Who are these people, and why are they wasting my time with this garbage? A level 32 Silcoon, dude? Like, are you stupid? Like, have you ever done anything in your life that's not a failure? Jesus. If they raised that themselves, they had to tell it not to evolve like 20 times. Like, no, No, it's cool. I don't want the Beautifly. Let's keep the Cocoon. Yeah, no, that's just not how it works. And this dude's Stunky's not even evolved. At least that one has a Golbat. Not a Crobat, though. Because no one would ever be friends with someone stupid enough to not evolve their goddamn Cascoon. Or Silcoon, rather. Wow, these guys sure had a lot of Pokemon, and none of them were anything worthwhile. I still just can't get over that level 32 Silcoon. Like, why? Just why would you do that? Why would... What an unbelievable waste of time. No, I'm not too young to understand. You're just too bad at Pokemon. Don't count on that bonus. Well, I guess that kinda... I mean, what do you count as the evil team in, Gen 7 in Sun and Moon? Because I don't think Team Skull is actually an evil team. The Aeon Initiative people, I think. Is that what they were called? Like Lucamine and them? They're more of the evil team in that game than Team Skull are, in my opinion. And I think they have a pretty good spread. Aether, that's right, Aether. They have better Pokemon than, like, any of the evil teams do, generally. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Oh, you know, Team Flare, I guess, used kind of decent Pokemon, didn't they? But Team Flare's kind of a dumb team. To be honest with you, the only really good team is Team Rocket. And I don't say that as like a Gen 1er type of person. The other teams are like anime characters, like silly anime villains, you know? But Team Rocket's like the literal mob. And I think it's very cool that not only are they like the literal mob, but they're also in on it. Like they're in the whole like system as a deal. Because Giovanni is the 8th gym leader. Giovanni's the most powerful gym leader, and he's also the leader of Team Rocket. I think that kind of makes him the coolest one by default. Because like Magma and Aqua are fine. I think they're very funny, and Galactic are kind of the same. They're kind of funny. But they're totally ineffective as teams, you know? And they have these, like, ridiculous goals. Like, Team Rocket has very grounded and very, like, tangible goals. Whereas Team Magma wants to turn the world into a lake. Team Aqua wants to turn the world into a lake. And Team Galactic wants to, like, reset the world in, like, a, kind of like almost an SMT kind of way. I don't know. They always felt like weird cartoon villains to me in a way that Team Rocket kind of didn't. And yeah, I remember Team Flare having a person in the Elite Four, but I also remember them not doing anything with it, so it always kind of felt like it didn't count. Yeah, Team Flare is Gen 6. Lysander is the leader. He looks like Pyroar, the male Pyroar, and he uses male Pyroar. Team Flare did have some swag though, like in their outfits and stuff, but they also just didn't do anything. Like, I barely remember what they were trying to do. Like, I know they were trying to, at least I played X, I feel like they were trying to get their hands on the Yveltal, or Yveltal, I'm not sure how you pronounce that Pokemon's name. You know who else from Gen 6 rules? Sycamore. There was so much horny fan art of Professor Sycamore, man. Just like, immediately. Like, people were so hot for that dude. And I get it. I get it. It was a real good design. Yeah, Kukui too. Kukui's wife is a smoke show too, man. And honestly, so is Professor Juniper from Gen 5. Yeah, Gen 5. They should do another female professor. I don't know what they're... I guess we kind of got one in Galar, because Sophia kind of turns into turns into a professor for that generation by the end. Gen 7 was really good. Now, thinking about Professor Kukui and his wife, like, all the characters in Gen 7 were really memorable. What did I forget about Gen 8? What, did I say her name wrong or something? Sonia. My bad, it's Sonia. She had a good theme, too. The music was good. And she's a good design. Tender is a tried and true Gen 1er, man. Y'all remember that one? I forget her name, but she was the fairy gym leader from, Are you sure you didn't add an extra word to that, Argo? Are you sure you didn't specifically look for Juniper pregnancy? Because I don't know if I trust you or not. Okay. You make sure your finger didn't slip. I mean, the keys are right next to each other on the keyboard. I forgot what I was going to talk about now. Oh, we don't have a flight path for up there. We're just going to have to go to, we're going to have to go up there normal style. I wonder if we're gonna need rock climb or anything. I don't think I got that. Okay, now I have to do it. 1 second, I'm gonna Google Professor Juniper. Oh, yep, yeah, well. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic. Oh, actually, I want to do something for Dupe real quick while we're going around. Where is... Just real quick, go check out Route 209's music. Yeah, I mentioned this last night, but the music's all been so good that I've just specifically not been riding the bike. Since not that the bike theme is bad, the bike theme is pretty good too. But I've been wanting to hear the music that plays. They really did this song justice. Personally speaking, I think that you should only bone to be a master soundtrack from the anime. That's my hot take. There's a joke that writes itself there, Tender, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna tell you. Keep this stream keep the stream cleaner than that. On the Road to Viridian City is a good song. And I will die on that hill. Let's see if I do. Do I have? No, I don't have rock climb yet, so. Not 100% sure how we're gonna get to the snow place, because I don't remember the process, honestly. Noctowl is an okay Pokemon. How do you guys feel about Noctowl? I feel like Hoot Hoot is a better Pokemon. I feel like that's another, like, downgrade. It's kind of weird that there haven't been that many owl Pokemon in general. Like, I know it took them till what, Gen 7 to add another one? With, Rowlet? And, like, Rowlet is one of the best Pokemon designs, like, in history. I'm generally speaking fine with, oh god, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Decidueye, that's right. I'm generally alright with Decidueye, but like, that is definitely another instance of like, evolution downgrade. Actually, all the Gen 7 starters... Well, no, Greninja's alright. But, Fennekin and Rowlet definitely suffer from a downgrade from their pre-evolved forms. Because for as much of... Did I not learn Strength? What the hell? Unbelievable. Where do you learn Strength? It's so weird that these, like, that the HMs now, like, exist in your watch, but you still have to, like, find the CD. Okay, so it is en route 209, so actually I should have stayed there. Oh, I see, it's marking it. Oh, okay. So now it's telling me that I need to do that, cool. But yeah, like, for as much of it's a kind of a fur-bait design, I think Brazen looks cool. But then the final form of Fennekin looks very, very strange. It has, like, a fur robe. Brazen is really cool in Pokken as well. Has really good animations. I don't hate Delphox, I just don't think she looks as cool as Brazen. It's just all it comes down to. Well, none of that's very effective, so. And I think Fennekin's very cute. So, like, I think it's like Brazen and Fennekin are both cooler than Delphox. And I guess Greninja is cooler than Frogadier and Froakie. Froakie is not a very good Pokemon as far as starters go. Not terrible looking, but easily the weakest of the Gen 6 starters. Sorry, dude. It speaks to... No, I don't think so. Greninja's so clever looking. With its, like, tongue scarf. Smash made me like Greninja, which is a common pattern. Where I'll find a character kind of bad, but then once they're in Smash, they grow on me. Yeah, that's definitely the reason. That frog-ass Naruto shit, dude. Oh, Squirtle's wonderful. And you know, for the longest time in my life, I didn't like Bulbasaur very much, but in my waning years, Bulbasaur has began to grow on me. I think he's kind of cute. Yeah, I know this is the cliche answer, man, but when I was a kid, I liked shit cool. And Charmander was a lizard with a fire on its tail. And Charizard was a giant dragon with fire on its tail. It looked rad, so Charmander was my favorite. Having doing Charmander also made you feel like a badass in the video game. Because the first two gym leaders were very rough for a fire starter, so Charmander kind of felt like hard mode. And when you're 10, that matters, you know? You got that cred. I can't get behind this Blastoise and shit here. I think that a turtle, a giant, like, kaiju turtle with, like, water cannons coming out of its shell is one of the coolest things in the world, so I don't know. I think that Blastoise hate is misguided. I am definitely on the team that thinks Blastoise is cool. And Blastoise's Mega Evolution, where the two cannons just form into one giant cannon, mwah. Wartortle is both cool and has a cool name. I love Wartortle's name. Squirtle's name sounds kind of like a pervert's name. And it's fun to say, but it sounds, you know, it's a really wet word. Remember in the anime, those cool-ass little Squirtles that ran around with sunglasses on? And they all had different sunglasses? That's what's up. Love the Squirtle Squad. They always do like funny event Pikachus and stuff. They should put the Squirtles, the Squirtle Squad Squirtles in the game as event Pokemon. All of them with their different glasses. Well, she feels hollow inside, Mike. That means you gotta fill the hole. I am just gonna run to be faster. Yeah, Mudkip to Marshtomp is pretty good. It's probably also the best line in that game. Although I do like Trico, Grovyle, and wow, I don't remember his name. Trico, Grovyle, and that's gonna bug me. No, that's Torchic, Combuskin, and Blaziken. Blaziken is another Blaziken's another big downgrade. Because Torchic and Combuskin are both pretty good. I do not understand why people like Blaziken at all. Like there's like a Blaziken fan base, and that's just like the most perplexing thing in the world to me. Yeah, Mega Blaziken definitely looks better. But Fire Starters took a real dip in quality from Gen 3 for a while. Like, I don't like God, what's his name? Chimchar. I don't like Chimchar, Monferno, and Infernape either. They pick back up a little bit in Gen 5 because I do like the 3 pigs. And the 3 pigs all have just fantastic names. No cap. I love it. Tepig, Pignite, and Emboar. Like, those are all perfect, like, Pokemon puns. Just really good. And yeah, I wasn't big on, I was not big on the Litten line until I actually played through Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and I used Litten as my starter, and he came in clutch. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there were plenty of times where he saved my ass in that game. And that's actually what it comes down to for me a lot, is like how useful did this Pokemon actually end up being? Yeah, I think I would say Primarina is the best final form. Popplio is adorable as well. I'm a big fan of Popplio. I really don't understand the Decidueye hate. I think Decidueye is cool. And he has a cool typing, because he's like Grass Ghost. Like, that's undeniably neat. What's up, noise? Making some noise. Taylor Gang or death. What does that say? I don't remember that saying. Dang it. Now I feel like an idiot. I think Tender did, and I think Dupe did, but like, Twitch doesn't let you cash out until you're like a partner or something, and you have to stream for like a certain amount of time or whatever, and pull in a certain number of viewers, and that is not I'm not a big fan of this watch interface. Is it Taylor Gang or die? I remember the meme used to be Taylor Gang or drink and drive. Yeah, Taylor Gang or die, yeah. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, etc. Never been a big Wiz Khalifa fan. Wasn't paying much attention to the stairs. I'll go back and I'll look at them next time, because I'm sure there'll be another set. God damn you, Sturdy. Yeah, some of the Pokewatch stuff is fine. I think what's super funny to me about it is they literally look like they just ripped the asset straight off the bottom screen of the DS game. Like, it barely looks any different. Yeah, it was weird. And it is kind of clunky to use. But it's there. And, you know, for the people that appreciate that, I'm sure there are many who do. It's cool. Ooh. Now that's a pretty song. Oh, look at the skier. That's cool. I'm not sure how they're making that much progress at that speed off of a no slope, but you know. Wow, this thing still knows water gun as its only water move. What is that? I should probably teach it surf. that'd be wise. let's go ahead and... Do I not have a surf? Oh, there it is. Oh man, I hate to look at a Lopunny. Just generally hate to see it. No, I just hate to imagine, you know, what's going through the minds of the people that like her. Lopunny is one of those low-tier designs, man, because you know that came from a dark place. That's all I'm saying. That thing was not designed innocently. Did not mean to do. Let's see. Nah, I've never been a big fan of things that kill me too. Yeah, but dude, Mega Lopunny is just on you're just on the same road, you know? Like, you can't get to Mega Lopunny without Lopunny. It's one of those things where, like, the irony becomes irony becomes sincerity. It's all about that normalization, man. Haha, what if we made a hot rabbit? Oh, but what if we made a real hot rabbit? It was like when they made Bugs Bunny so cute, and then they had to make Lola Bunny to make up for it. Anyway, here's an Ambipom. Not a big fan of how Ambipom looks in 3D. Oh, and yeah, dude, I noticed that the bag does change. That is neat. Just little tiny attentions to detail that you wouldn't notice if you were just being a real, just a real upset bastard about this video game online, you know? I can and I am continuing to walk down this road. I made the joke, and in my head I thought, which way, Western man? And I decided to walk away from the hot rabbit jokes. For your sake and mine. Oh no, I've been clipped. I've been clipped. I don't think that's the way I want to go. No, it's not. I want to keep going north. It is kind of easy to run into things when you don't want to. That is a somewhat valid problem that people have complained about. Man, who gave you all these Pokemon? You know, Golduck's another visual downgrade. Now that I'm thinking about it. Psyduck is like an S tier design and Golduck's like a B tier. Crunch. Oh man, it lived. Well, maybe it'll get hit by hail. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Well, isn't Golduck meant to be based on a Kappa? I think he is. I've never thought he looked that much like a Kappa from what I've thought Kappas don't exist, obviously, but from what I've seen of visual representations of Kappas, I didn't really get a Kappa vibe from Golduck, but I do believe that is the inspiration. A warm bed and little else. But what more could you really ask for? If I got a warm bed, I'm in a pretty good mood. Huh. See you later, Tender. Thanks for hanging out. Oh God. I hate it. I hate it here so much. Why'd you have to bring him? Well, I just like how she said that when that hiker in the room with her, like, it's clearly on the chubby side. Goodbye, Mr. Mime. Please never come back. It's weird that we got all these, well, why would it move? He's a mime. He's not supposed to talk, because he's a mime. Anyway, I was gonna say, it's kind of weird that all these fighting types are up here training in the snow. Sneasel, huh? Alright, this is the gen that introduced Weavile too, wasn't it? Sneasel's a pretty good Pokemon. Yeah, it did. Yeah, Sneasel's definitely up there on the Gen 2 list with, you know, Furret. And the Natu and Xatu, big fan of those. Don't think I have anything that's specifically good against lightning. Ah, cool. Free paralysis. I kind of hate weather effects in Pokemon because they like drag out fights sometimes. It's like, oh, you got buffeted by hail. Oh, this opponent got buffeted by hail. Oh, your opponent attacked. Oh, you attacked. Yeah, I don't mind Hippopotas and, what is it, Hippowdowns, the other one? But they kind of look like Pokemon that you would, or are they Gen 5, or are they Gen 4? Because to me, they look like something that would be in Gen 5. Because there's like Unova Pokemon kind of have they don't look different, but they kind of have a unique shared aesthetic, I feel like. Something that was they were trying to go for something a bit more Western. I guess what I'm trying to say is he kind of looks like a Pixar or a DreamWorks character a little bit. And I'm trying not to say that in a way that sounds insulting. But Hippopotas looks more like a Gen 5 Pokemon to me than most other Pokemon in this gen. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. Yeah, he's going nuts. I do love how the karate guys send out Pokemon. They're just like, yep. Hiya! Oh, that thing got annihilated! Oh my god! I didn't expect it to do that much damage so fast. That HP bar just disappeared, dude. It's like that shit wasn't even there in the first place. I didn't see what he's gonna send out. I don't even care. There's no way he's gonna win. That one didn't hit as hard as the last one. God damn it. Oh, right, Hail will get him. Haha. Goddamn sturdy. Every time. Let's heal up real quick. There are a few of my dudes. Well, just one really. That's a little too low. Everybody else should be fine. Do I have a way to heal? No, I don't. Okay. I knew this ace trainer was gonna come for me. Cute. Oh, this Roselia. Oh. Ooh. Uh-oh, this is gonna hurt. Good night, Beaver. Still nothing good against grass. I guess Psychic will hit the poison part of this, though, so that's good. We'll, I just have to hope it... Nope. I hoped against hope that the paralysis wouldn't affect me, and here we are. Made to look a fool again. It is one that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but it's also one that's been around for so long that I've just, like, I just kind of accepted it, you know? Then explain it to the class, Argo. If poison and psychic, just psychic being strong against poison makes so much sense, then tell us all. My ears are open. In real life, psychics are poisonous, though, because they steal money from people and tell them lies. Poison and psychic are one and the same in real life. Have you been lied to by a psychic? Man, Metacham is a weird design. It's like his lower half is just all sack. Oh, yikes. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Forgot that steel is weak to fighting. Ripperoo. Back to relying on Witch House. I can't afford any. Well, I guess I probably have some money now, but I spent all my money on that dope Gengar or the Honchkrow shirt and that jacket, dude. I literally had like 2,000 Pokebucks left over afterward, and that ain't enough to buy no repels. Yeah, I think Machoke looks very strong. I would feel safe if I had a Machoke, like in real life. I have a feeling I should probably get these guys up. I don't know, man. Well, maybe Machoke does, but in Gen 7, Machamp carries you around in his big, strong arms. So he's gotta have some function in there, you know? It's not all glamour for him. It's an 11-year-old who definitely weighs a little bit. So where is our goal? Are we going? Okay, we're going to the city. I thought we were going to the lake. Good work, Bidoof. I will praise you for critical hitting that Sneasel and just annihilating it. And also for, you know, knocking out a Pokemon that leveled up half the team. Always appreciated. So I don't have anything that's good against ice. I know that for sure. So this will be an interesting set of gems. Oh wow, I actually have a decent chunk of money. I earned quite a bit from those fights. I wish I hadn't wasted my revives now, but so it goes. Oh, you know, I think I have a couple things I should sell. Let me do that real quick. What are those, like... Yeah, these things. Cool. Does this town not have a Pokemon Center? There it is. Oh, it's detachable, and that's where I keep it. You got a problem with that, dude? It's easy storage. Deep living. Oh, I remember seeing this, I wonder if they patched this. Because I remember seeing this one on Twitter. Where, like, someone just really, really easily cheesed getting up to the gym leader without doing any of the, like, slidey puzzle. That's not an ice type. That thing's a wreck. What was that again, dude? Sorry, I can't read it from here. Oh, you said it was going to wreck me. I see. That's a funny thought, if it had been true. But it's not. It is wrong. Okay. Never been a big fan of puzzles like these, to be honest with you. But I know I could be doing better at it for sure. I'm just trying to brute force it. Then you might like Dupe, a little game called Strange Journey, because that kind of dungeon gimmick is all over that game. Weird that there's so many water type users in this gym for it to be an ice gym. Like, I understand that water and ice are the same thing, just in different forms. No one needs to tell me that. I don't know, it's just weird. Maybe there aren't a lot of ice types in this game to fill out a roster. Because I know Candace is probably going to use, Frostlass, if I had to guess. Yeah, she'll probably have a Weavile. That makes sense. I feel like I remember her signature Pokemon being Frostlass. I might be wrong, though. Ugh. Another weird spread in this gym. Like, why does she have a Steelix? Doesn't make any sense. A Steelix with Ice Fang. barely even tickles. I fought her already. Nah. Guess not. Snover! I forgot about him! Snover and Obama Snow are cool. I like those guys. And, Snowgrass is a cool typing, even if it's like quad weak to fire, which kind of sucks, but I would like to see some more unique typings from the games as we continue to go on. So now I just need and this guy's got a Quagsire? Like, this gym is all over the place. I guess Quagsire's still water, so that's like not super weird. Ugh. I think. And I've never been good at this type of puzzle, to be honest. Oh, that didn't get rid of it? Man, come on. Give me a break. Oh, hi. Yeah, I know that's what I gotta do, but getting there is a pain. Hey, look, it's Anton! he's got a Snover. Anton is trying his hardest. But he did not succeed. Yeah, I think they patched out the bug that people were doing where they just kind of diagonal walked up this and were able to get to the gym leader in like no time. Yeah, I gotta stop trying to brute force it. I just hate these types of puzzles, I really do. So it's gotta be from somewhere over here if you come down with those. So you said the far left one? To be honest with you, Argo, I'm like barely paying attention to it. Which I know is bad, but my brain likes to shut off during shit like this. Because it stops being fun for me. No, I gotta clear that snowball first. I just don't know how. Oh, yeah, I see where I need to go. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. This sliding puzzle is my real test. It causes me pain. How's that for a song? Oh, you mean like the Cypher version of Wind Waker? Oh, how do I get onto that panel, man? That's all I need to do. Oh wait, hold on. No, that won't do it. I feel like you gotta come at it from the right. Oh, did I? From here? This one? This one? Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Okay. But I need to not be holding it. Alright, cool. Hooray, team, we did it. This is controller issue here, though. Okay. Hey, look, we did it. That took longer than just about anything else in this game. Those things are my weakness, man. I just get so tired of looking at it that my brain just kind of shuts off. That only took like 10 minutes. It's not. That's because she's fucking hard, dude. She wears summer clothes in the winter. That's how she trains. Here comes... Oh, I really expected her to use a potion. Ooh, that's not good. That's a yikes. Holy crap, I did not expect that to... Woo! I really did not expect that to hit that hard. That dude got annihilated. Got sent to the essence. Yeah, I thought it was weird too, but apparently it's here. Apparently she has that just to kill my goddamn Empoleon. The only reason that thing exists. I believe Frostlass is Ice Ghost though, so it should be a pretty even match for my Misdreavus. Assuming that is what she has. I'm pretty sure it's what she has. Oh no, it's Abomasnow. Is Frostlass Gen 4? I really feel like it is. could have sworn that would be hers. That's gonna hurt. Oh, thanks, Misdreavus. But it didn't matter. Because of the hail. I would take the time to use Toxic, but I was gonna say, I don't think I'll need it. Cut my life in 2 pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing, don't give a if I cut my arm bleeding. I hope Argo was still here to hear that. Huh. That's an interesting move. I just don't think there'd ever be a reason for that. I will watch your clips later, trust me. I'm very interested in seeing them. I go for a little bit longer here. We're making pretty good progress today. Let me see what's going on. Surely those nerds have moved now. What is your opinion on someone saying SMT4 has the worst world map and OST of the modern era? The modern era of what? SMT games? I mean, I'm not a huge fan of SMT4's world map. It's functional. I don't think it's the worst thing ever, but I can understand why people wouldn't like the whole, you know, like little like GPS marker thingy. Music, though, that's ridiculous. That game's soundtrack is like a banger and a half. I'm not sure what they're talking about there. So in a way, that invalidates the entire statement, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm pretty sure the line is cut my arm bleeding. But that's just a ridiculous statement all around. Like, surely there are worse world maps. Or like Battle C4 or C5, whatever it is against the Archangels. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just a bad take. It's not a good take. Like, I'd go so far to say, like, a Tales of game probably has the worst world map. Like, I was not a real big fan of Vesperia's. Music, though, that's just ridiculous. That's just ludicrous. That game soundtrack is so good. I just don't know how you could possibly think that. Broken brain. Even the standard battle music, battle tracks are good. I don't know. Gee, I bet that is a storage key. Yeah, I mean, people are allowed to be wrong. It's fine. That's pretty egregiously wrong, but I'm not gonna tell. It'd be cool if people weren't that wrong all the time. Is this not a warp? Guess it isn't. Oh, there's no Earl track? That's cool. He's pretty good at rapping. Am I supposed to enter from a different side or something? Yeah, I think maybe I am. Right. I think we go in from here. So does this guy care? I already opened the door, idiot. Oh, a dust stone. Hey. Check that out, bro. We livin' now. Where are we at? This is the opposite of the design getting worse. This is like a B design into an S design. Fantastic Pokemon. Yeah, I am sure about that. But I do have a soft spot for witches, so that might be my bias speaking. Is a scientist a fighter? No. Ha ha! What a... Get owned, bitch! Ha! No promotion for 5 years. Yeah, I'm the grandson of the witches they didn't burn, exactly. Just like the meme. I honor my heritage by using a Mismagius and listening to Fleetwood Mac. I don't know any spells. Thanks, I've spent like all my money on it. It was literally like 128,000 Pokebucks. Well, I mean, that's kind of what stores do, Argo, is they tell you how much money the clothes cost, thus attaching value to drip. That's why we have to abolish capitalism. The sooner we abolish this exploitative system that we all live under, the sooner the drip can be free. You know, metaphorically speaking and literally. Oh, you're not a fighter? What a worthless guy. I'm here to desecrate the halls. Maybe you guys shouldn't have left that dusk stone laying around. It was your own demise that you brought. That's my favorite Christmas song. Desecrate the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. La 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 la. Is this team just a joke? Like, we're 7 badges deep into this game, and this dude is sending out a Wurmple. They're like literally the laughing stock, dude. Like, did Cyrus go around to, like, all of the, like, worst houses in the whole country and just be like, hey, I need your dumbest people. I need your worst trainers with the worst Pokemon that they could possibly have. And I'm gonna use them as my team. Maybe it's all like, maybe he's playing like 7D chess, and it's all a ploy to be like, hey, did you see how stupid all the people that follow me are? Now do you understand why I want to recreate the world? They do look like neats, don't they? Like they look like their mom gave them a haircut. That was a pretty funny line. I'm gonna give him credit for that. That was pretty good. Well, the Mismagius terror run is over for now. Oh man, this move is not gonna hit. Oh wow, I'm impressed. After 2 accuracies down, it still went. Yeah. Well, I can smell you, dude. Take a shower. Your Jetsons uniform is getting a little rank. Dang, he took a lot of damage from that aftermath. What the hell? That's rough. Okay. So probably means I need to use this teleporter. I didn't expect the nerd to also be fighting. That last scientist was just whining about his lack of a raise. Soon you will learn the truth. There is no spoon just like in the Matrix. Nah, let's just keep this out. I like how Kadabra just stands there and watches that shadow ball slowly come at him. Like he just knows. He knows he's gonna die here today. Nothing he can do. Oh, cool. Oh, okay, I see. That's just really just a shortcut back to the beginning. That makes sense. Oops, did not mean to go back down. Derp. Dazzling Gleam's a pretty good move for fairies, but I don't have any, so... Oh wait, hold on. Did I? Okay, no, I didn't think so. Oh, they did update NSO? I mean, Paper Mario 64 is really good, so... Not gonna sit here and act like it's the best thing that's ever happened or anything, but... That's still pretty good. Oh, you know what? I can just escape rope out of here, I bet. I think I have one. Yeah, I have a couple. Oh, guess not. I guess this building doesn't count as a dungeon. I mean, what other games did you really want them to add, dude? Maybe I guess it'd be cool if they'd already put Majora out. Oh, okay. Did they not add anything to Genesis or NES or Super Nintendo or anything else? Wow, that's kind of crazy. I don't know. I might check out Paper Mario again. It's been a long time since I played it. That is kind of whack, though. The sheer audacity is kind of impressive, to be honest with you. I do remember people making jokes that they would only be releasing like one a month so that they wouldn't run out of games. Or it wouldn't run out of the games that they had already announced as part of the like next waves, because they showed that list of games that was like Mario Golf and Paper Mario and Banjo-Kazooie and Majora's Mask, etc. I don't know, it's a very Nintendo move. I can't say that I care that much. I don't know. I'm not mad about it, I guess, but I wouldn't say I'm happy either. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's kind of pathetic. That's how they're gonna try and force you to buy Big Brain Academy this month. And to be honest with you, I actually would kind of prefer them to fix the games that are there rather than have a bunch of new games added already, personally. Because I played through some Ocarina at a time on that service, and I gotta tell you, man, when I got to that Dark Link room, I kind of like just laughed. Because that room is goddamn iconic, you know? And for it to look that way is just kind of ridiculous. It's just one of those, like, like, how did this make it through? Did no one play through all of Ocarina or anything to... Like, surely they have people that sit there and just play through each of the games they put on that service from start to finish. It's not like any of the ones they put on the N64 one are particularly long anyway. I mean, I played a little bit, like a handful of minutes of most of the games. And like Mario felt fine, and tennis is good. Like tennis feels perfectly fine. Yoshi's Story feels fine. I didn't try Winback. I didn't try Sin and Punishment yet. But everything felt good, but there's like a noticeable input lag on Ocarina. Like, it's not terrible, and it's not, no, I didn't try Winback because I actually want to commit to a playthrough of Winback. Like, when I boot that up, I'm gonna actually want to play it. But yeah, Ocarina does have a noticeable input lag. And it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's something you could easily adapt. You can easily adapt to it, but it's still like, really? Like, this is one of the games that, like, people actually give a shit about on that system. And, like I said, the Dark Lake room is just... It's just sad. It is kind of funny that Paper Mario made it on there before Mario RPG. I guess that maybe there is some merit to the idea that the Square is the one holding that up somehow. It really feels strange to me that, like, Nintendo doesn't have enough, like, clout to just kind of, like, chuck their sack around, you know, and be like, hey, we're putting this goddamn game on our service, Square. But I do feel like there must be some kind of problem there with with the dual ownership of the IP or whatever. Because for them to have Paper Mario on there already and not have Mario RPG, very strange. Earthbound's not on there either, is it? Strange stuff. No Mario RPG, no Earthbound, but like aren't all 3 of the Breath of Fire games, Super Nintendo games on there? Like what is going on there? Very bizarre. It'd be cool if they could get the Final Fantasies on there too. But, you know, I never really expected that. I don't know, when do you think they'll put DS games on there? Like, definitely never, right? Nintendo is like the most baffling company in a lot of respects, because, and maybe it's just because the Wii U was an abject failure or whatever, and I guess that's fair, but there'll never be another console that could effectively emulate the Wii or the DS. In like the dual screen way. And like they had one chance to actually put a bunch of those games on a home console that could play them. And they put out what, like 20 of them maybe? At most. It's just a shame. I really feel like they could have actually made a decent chunk of money off of people like us. Yeah, the clamshell design for the DS is pretty good. And the 3DS, like I like those designs a lot. Yeah, Cyrus sucks, man. This arena is cool as hell, though. I like how even the freaking like leader of this crime syndicate is running a Murkrow, you know? Like he hasn't even evolved this Pokemon yet. Like did he drop the Dusk Stone back at the entrance? Did I steal his Dusk Stone that he was gonna use to evolve his Honchkrow? He's like, oh, nuts. Where did I drop that? Dude, Lysander is way cooler than Cyrus. And that's not to say that he is good, because I think Team Flare is like one of the worst teams, but at least Lysander has drip. This dude looks like he got dressed. This dude looks like he's dressed up to like get beat up by his friends at a D&D game. Like, seriously, there are so few times that Game Freak misses with their trainer designs. And man, this is up there. I'm also not a big fan of Team, what's it, from Black and White? Because those dudes just look like they got lost on the way to a Renaissance fair. The other Galactic admins look okay, I guess. But the Grunts and Cyrus look terrible. Yeah, Team Plasma. The Team Plasma guys look so dumb. Yeah, the Black White 2 versions are better, that's true. This is the type of dude that he tells you he's a Volcel, but he's definitely an incel. Oh my goodness, hold on here. What, Arga? Oh, look at Xenoboy. Yeah, it is kind of neat, huh? I guess I gotta beat this loser again. Well, I hope this guy learned his lesson. Not to bother me ever again. I like the idea of setting them free just to go catch them again later. Why wouldn't I set them free, dude? That's the whole reason I came here. They're not that ugly. I mean, they're not like my favorite Pokemon or anything. I mean, they're all basically Mew derivatives. So where are I going to? Mount Coronet next? Yeah, that's what I figured. Still don't really know who's gonna go in that last slot. And we're getting real close to the end of the game here. Oh god, really? This nerd's gonna have like level 5 Pokemon. Do you have any idea what you're doing, Nick? You're wasting everybody's time, including your own. Like, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna murder it. The life bar is just gonna shatter. Yeah. Next time he sends out Skorupi, it'll already be dead. He sits there, he like pokes it, he's like, please wake up. I should have bought repels, man. Let's see how far I can make it, but going back sounds miserable too, is the thing. Yeah, water Zubat. Usually water Zubat's known as Tentacool. Okay, you know what? Dupe is unfortunately right. I'm gonna go get a Repels, or this is gonna be the worst experience of my life. Does this town even have a Pokemart? I don't think it does. Oh no, the Super Repel is just an item I had in my pocket. I bought like 30 max repels at the store. Figured I would just go ahead and use that first. You really like the stairs in this game, huh? It is the little things, I suppose. hope this game has the thing where it's like, oh, your max repel wore off. Would you like to use another? Fingers crossed. Ah, thank goodness. Ah, look at that guy. Wiling out. Yeah, I didn't think I could use the bike here, but I wanted to try. I don't remember how you... Oh yeah, I can do that for you. Oh man, that guy got in the way. Go to sleep, Snover. Of course it has to be one of these trainers that has like 4 Pokemon that all suck. Oh, golly gee, how'd I lose? Come on! For real? Fucking Antonio. Yeah, it's like 4 Pokemon and they're all gonna be Zubats, dude. Watch. Just an unbelievable life. Oh, there's Croagunk. and here comes Zubat number 2. Two-Bat. You love to see it. This kid was just laying in wait. He's like, I'm gonna annoy this guy next time he comes through. Oh, he evolved one of them. Unbelievable. 2 Zubats, a Golbat, and a Croagunk. And he only gave me $576, man. Oh man, he can't really draw an effective dick. That goes away too fast. I tried. So I think I need to rock climb, but I don't have rock climb yet. And that's annoying. I have the ability to use rock climb, but I don't have the thing. I get the feeling it'd be somewhere in here, maybe. And there's another dude. Maybe someone in here has it. Oh man, I was really hoping that was gonna be. I don't think it would be up this far. Oh. Well, cool. Huh. I'll take that. That's fine. I figured it was still going to be somewhere on like Route 216 or 217. I didn't expect it to be sitting literally out in the open like that, though. But it's also totally fine with me that it was. Can you just leave me alone, dude? Just go away. Oh, you only have one Pokemon, that's fine. Thank you, Ed. Thought you were gonna be one of those 4 times Zubat type of losers. I'm gonna take my chances here and see if this will still one-shot, even though it's not effective. Eh, not bad. I was really hoping it would just knock it out so I wouldn't have to change Pokemon, but 2 moves is not too bad. An expert. Just the concept of him, like, assuming I'm an expert because I beat his one Pokemon. I think it's very funny that the Bibarel is the, like, token HM slave. Since he was pretty much the token HM slave and that everybody used in Diamond and Pearl. I'm gonna keep going until about 9 o'clock my time. That's in about 15 more minutes. Made pretty good progress tonight. See what we can do in the next 15 minutes or so. Is that a spur thing, a thing that skiers say? God, a Geodude, it just really blows my mind how these trainers don't have, like, not even, it's not even that they're not fully evolved, it's that they're not evolved at all. I can't remember if Gen 4 was actually like this. It just seems like such an odd decision. Because, like, surely by now, you would expect, like, every character, or every person playing the game to have a more or less fully evolved team, you know? I have a lot of fond memories of Gen 4, but I'm kind of feeling like the more I think about it, the more it was like a lot of it was really just the region is nice and the music is really good. Not that this is bad or anything, I mean, it's still Pokemon, it's a fun system. Oh, that was actually probably dumb. Or I guess it probably doesn't matter. I have 10 levels on this guy. What's he gonna do? Oh, press turn in Pokemon would be wild, man. I don't know about that. Since Pokemon's all 1v1. It's not all 1v1, I know. There's some double battles, but like the majority of Pokemon is built around 1v1s, at least for the... Oh man, I wish I had some mental herb, if you know what I'm saying. That's some of that fragrant branch of yore. Yeah, Ice Beam is definitely a good move. So I think there's a place in here I need to use Rock Climb on, I think, or maybe it's like, I think it might actually be right outside. Yeah, maybe here? Nope. Do I maybe need to enter from here? Relax, map, please. Yeah, let's try going down there and entering from there, I guess. I actually don't remember how this goes at all. Yeah, I definitely remember it being a little bit of a weird place. Okay, I think this is right. Because now we have this little rock climb here. Mount Coronet is basically like Victory Road. And then you have to do an actual Victory Road almost right after it. Which sucks. Victory Road is like often my least favorite part of Pokemon, to be honest. Another one. Another one. Is there anything about Gen 5 you don't like, Dupe? Just out of curiosity. Not as a call out, just... Fair enough. It is a good gen. I remember being super excited for it. I also remember, like, that was before they were doing worldwide releases still, and I remember downloading the Japanese ROM and trying to play it to the best of my ability. On a flash card. And I remember that, like, people were starting to fan translate it pretty early. Because I think it didn't come out in, like, September in Japan, and then, like, it didn't come out in the West until the following March. It was almost like, I feel like it was a 6-month wait. And I remember people fan translated the opening pretty quickly, but, like, within that first weekend almost. And people were definitely working on it. It was kind of a cool time back then. I couldn't believe, like, how long it took for them to localize it, honestly. Oh, cool. I thought that was going to be a Brock I could break. Another one. Oh yeah, that's even worse, man. That sucks. Is Waterfall in this game? Oh yeah. Sure is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to this song, like, later, because... Like, maybe on YouTube or something, because it's... I already did that now. Keep having it interrupted is no good. I'm actually gonna skip this battle because I want to keep listening to the song. Oh, well, I guess it's not gonna last very long. That song was really good. Huh. Not very effective. Oh man, yeah, that you were right about that. The friendship stuff being a bit broken. That's wild. Just immediately cured the poison that was put on them. Oh no, I don't need to switch. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I was offended, but it definitely gave me a smug grin, you know, like oh yeah, it's not very effective, huh, is it? It didn't matter, did it? Game acting like it knows better than I do. DJ Khaled, another one. Soundbite. Let's see what's up here first. Oh wait, is this the route? This might be the way to go. Hold on. Here, fight my skunk. Oh, no, Golbat. Oh, there's a rock climb here. I was like, where does this even go? I'm becoming less and less in the mood to fight these dudes because they just keep putting out the most weak shit. Where we'll go a little bit longer than this. I want to see what's at the center of this cave. Nah. Dad? Or mom, rather. Oh, none of this is very effective. Goodbye, son. Let me through then, jackass. Damn. Huh. Have I been going the wrong way? Maybe that was the right. Maybe this is the right critical path. Let's go this way. I am so glad I brought repels, dude. This has been life's like most ridiculous nightmare if I had not bought repels. Because it's really not like I need the EXP from wild battles. I really super don't. I don't even really need them from these trainer battles, but I don't have a choice. Oh, there's so many of these dudes. Jesus. Oh, this one has 3. I like how none of these guys have a Crobat because none of them are friends with their Pokemon. At least that's canon. No, there's really no reason to change. I didn't even see what it was. Oh, yeah, of course. Can't believe it. It's the same, same exact lineup as all the other ones. Oh boy. I mean, I think it always did, didn't it? It's not like you catch Arceus here anyway, it just shows up and leaves, if I recall correctly. It's just like this is your last line of defense? Is a Glameow and a Dustox? Like, come on, dude. This is just pathetic. This is all you got. Yeah, no, I'm criticizing Cyrus, not them. This is Cyrus's problem. Well, at least they knew it was pathetic. They even said as much. His hair looks so stupid in this little chibi model. Cool. Palkia and Dialga are neat. This is like some Evangelion. Oh, come on, man. I'd rather use 2 of my own Pokemon than have to deal with Barry. What a trash fire. Dude, because Barry's just gonna be over here and shit it up, man. I'm gonna have to carry this whole fight, I guarantee you. Let's see your award-winning attack. Oh, wow. So good. Wow, great move, Barry. I'm so glad you're here, Barry. Oh wow, that Skuntank's pretty healthy. Might actually have to pull out the, well, actually, let's go ahead and knock out the Golbat, because that'll be quick. Oh wow, the Golbat's healthy too. When did these guys get Pokemon that can do things? Yesterday? Like 10 minutes ago? Who knows? Because I just beat these guys like half an hour ago. They didn't have jack shit. Now they got a couple of tanks. Oh, were they being protected by the Reflect still? Yeah, that's probably why they didn't take much damage from that lightning attack. That makes a little more sense. Oh wow, they got a KO in. It only took, like, me taking out most of their Pokemon. Man, what is with that aftermath move, man? That thing sucks. Actually does a lot of damage. Oh, did it really have to use dig? It's annoying. That was Barry's first useful move. Yeah, close combat hits really hard. I mean, that's the trade-off you get for it always recoiling, but... Oh no, I meant to use that on Purugly. But it's gonna dig again. What an absolutely obnoxious fight this is. Just so time consuming with all the two-turn moves and stuff. No, Barry, you don't need to use that move right now. Just use something that would kill them. Great. Just great. Alright, Heracross, make this count, please. Thank you. You're a good man, Heracross. It's a long-ass fight for no reason, man. Oh. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Where are you going? Actually, no, just go. Don't come back. I'm good. Third impact? We're all gonna turn into Tang! See you later. What, you gonna crush me with your giant head? Bring it on, buddy. Oh hey, he found his dusk stone. Good for him. Honchkrow is so cool, dude. What a cool Pokemon. I love that he's a mob boss. That's just such a cool, cool thing. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ooh, the crit. The critical. That's fine. I don't think the rest of his stuff is gonna be able to hold up. That super effective crit is just unfortunate. But the second crit in a row, though. This guy's got a little lucky charm, and he's got a hyper potion. That's cool and not terrible. Oh, playing the long game here, huh? Well, two can play at that game. Yeah, it's like the video game started playing itself all of a sudden. Strange, isn't it? Oh, no! Okay. Okay. Okay, we're good. Please let this hit first. Wowee. Wow, that was a crit, too. Yikes. Who gave this guy a strategy all of a sudden? Is this what happens when he gets mad? Oh, Christ. Yeah, it is going pretty bad, huh? That's gonna be very bad too. Yeah, toxic is rough. That is very true. Why does it know that? Does that need to know that? God damn. Alright, we're gonna do this real quick. Guess I'm glad I have this here. Oh, thank you for using Dig. What a wonderful time for that to use Dig. Because that gives me time to... Yeah, that's fine. As expected. Ooh, that was actually the wrong choice. That was actually a bad choice. Oh dear. And I think I was going to use this as an opportunity to heal him, I guess. Oh, okay. Why are you using Aerial Ace over and over? Surely you have a dark move. I'm getting real lucky here. Oh, the super effective wasn't even very good. I guess I'm just that much higher level than it? Let's see what this does. I mean, that's not very good, but it's a decent chunk. I can't believe I'm tanking this Weavile with the Mismagius. That's not the way I expected this to go. I do wonder what the ace up his sleeve is, because I expect something. I mean, I know he still has the Haunch Crow, but he has something else too, and I don't remember what that would be. Hopefully not something too terrible. Oh, yeah, well, I guess we're about to find out. Here comes his last boy. Yeah, I don't... Thunder is just not worth it over Thunderbolt. Thunder is too unreliable. Oh! When did he become friends? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's not gonna matter. He's gonna lose to this squirrel. Let's go. Cyrus ain't got shit on me, dude. What a wuss. Yeah, he's the kind that says he's a Volcel, but you know deep down the truth. Alright. I'm just gonna throw the Master Ball at this thing because I don't have any Ultra Balls. There's a 0% chance. I'm gonna throw the Master Ball at this and then call it a night. Yeah, if I had prepared properly, I would have brought Master Balls and tried to catch this the normal way, but I'm not gonna miss out on having Palkia in this version just because I didn't properly prepare. Would you like to nickname this god? No. I'm good. Alright, let's see what they have to say. Wow, you did it! Yeah, please, let's get out of here. Professor Pogchamp. Alright. That's gonna be it for tonight. I am tired of playing Pokemon for now. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow night, probably, and I imagine we'll finish the game. Because there's only the 8th gem and the Elite Four left. And, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Where's my OBS button? Where is it? There it is. Later.